Welcome back, folks. Day 2 of our tapping retraining. Yesterday went about as expected, I would say. I have this long training issue with the dexterity between my middle finger and my index finger. So there is this stamina restriction where at some point my middle finger is gonna lag behind my pointer finger, so it kind of stops lifting, and then you get that little double tapping thing, and it was very noticeable in the beginning. It kind of subsided a little bit, so I would say right now like 2 minutes tops, and as speed increases, that duration goes lower and lower. And yesterday at 150 BPM, it was probably at most 30 seconds, and then the rest is just struggle town, right? Let's see how a single day of light retraining helps. We're not trying to push any limits or any exhaustion fatigue, because we're doing a consecutive training, retraining, not an interval thing where you do speed training one day, then you do low tempo, then high tempo, low tempo, like back and forth to allow active rest in between. Just gonna try to do steady state stuff. And yeah, definitely for sure, we're gonna wait till a week before we go back into doing like feature artist stuff, where I go back to playing and talking about it. I want to integrate like a segment to introduce, or maybe cursorily pay some respect and details and appreciation for the artist. So inherently, it's going to be a format where we do this part, warm up to retraining, and maybe some skill work, then segment into some opening remarks regarding the artist that will be featured then after. So it'll be 2 sections. So for now, let's enjoy the next couple days. Or try to. Alright. it certainly went a little better than yesterday. Yeah. Stop moving near the end. Oh, dang it. Of course. I really gotta get into in a habit. You know, is there any way to make this a default? Oh. Interesting. Huh. Wait. Oh. I wonder if this stays defaulted. Curious. We'll see. If it stays defaulted, I won't have to remember to do that. Okay. Oh, that burned a lot. Not too noticeably worse than any other warm-up, really. I haven't decided if I wanted to do, whoops. Wow, that is sensitive as heck. I haven't decided if I wanted to use my pointer and ring finger since I AD a lot. You know, in other PC games, ADing is the more common pattern as opposed to SDing or WDing. I guess now is the time to find out. Let's give it a try. Since it's early days, we want to decide how we're gonna do this. Get to... Wait. Where are the key binds? Those are the tablet controls. Oh. What? Did I skip really quickly? Oh, it's separated into, I see. That's excellent. I like that. I'm gonna swap this out to C. I'm not going to use smoke, so okay. Let's try it. I think ADing is more natural to me than SDing. It's been that for a while. This would be even less of a retraining, but more of a new approach. Because now I have the option of having 3 keys. I used to traditionally use a 2 key ever since. So now I have 3 keys, and that's kind of useful. So let's try it. Let's see if ADing is more natural to me. It takes a little getting used to, that's for sure. I think I might actually prefer ADing. Okay, I think we'll stick to this. So it's less of retraining now, really. Well, technically it's retraining, since I AD most of the time anyways. The reason why I prefer this is you can see that I'm going too fast. And that's not a bad thing compared to skipping. I'm experiencing less skipping. Less skipping, but I'm still skipping. It would be nice if I could relax my middle finger somehow, but I don't usually hold down S. So one of the downsides of the WASD format is that if you're resting your hand and you play a lot of MMOs, right, for example, or games that feature movement, my resting hand typically has the ring finger on the A, and then my index finger on the D, but usually the middle finger is resting on the W, which is one row above on the keyboard. And the downside of it is I have this keypad has 3 keys. So there's no resting point on the W. It's just the S. So the whole time there's a little bit of tension on the back of the wrist holding up the middle finger because it's not resting above a key at all. It's actually floating. And if I try to put it down and make a single claw where the ASD is lined up, it causes strain for me to rotate and just move my ring and pointer finger. Because if you think about it, when you're playing and you're moving, especially first person or even a third person, but what I mean is behind the back camera, you're generally holding W because you're moving forward. You're not like backpedaling the whole time, right? So I sense a bit of tension trying to hold down my middle finger, and I don't know if that's gonna be an impediment, but I think I'm going to retrain for ADing as opposed to SDing or ASing. It's usually what I would say is the 2 buttons would be SDing, but ADing is very natural. Like if you play first person stuff, especially first person shooters, a lot of individuals will understand what I mean by ADing when you're going like left and right a lot. And you do that a lot in MMORPGs too. Like when you're idle and you're just moving around, you're strafing and ADing all the time. So that wasn't a stamina problem, but a dexterity problem. I don't usually AD to a rhythm, right? When you're ADing, you're deliberately being arithmetic, as in, if you're strafing and you're, aiming down and trying to track someone, you're not ADing left, right, left, right, left, right, as in a specific pattern. You're deliberately jiggling and producing noise so that you don't get, like, tracked. And that's kind of hard, because now I need to try to do it in a rhythm. And it seems like it's not consistent enough. But we're going to keep trying. I think this is a much more comfortable situation. Yeah, I still experience the usual stuttering. I'm like, those aren't double taps. I'm actually dropping inputs. I'm dropping a few taps here and there. It's really difficult to slow down. But there's no stamina block at the moment. Try to see how stable it is if I'm not hesitating. That's closer to the natural speed that I would be ADing at. So it was a lot less less problematic to keep that up. It's about, I would say, I didn't see the click per second, but I think it's around 8 to 9 clicks per second is usually the ADing speed. So anything lower becomes a finger control problem. So this part is gonna be tough. You like slow down the finger control, because I don't keep my hands down. It's not like it's in between where you can't hold down the A and the D long enough. It's in a weird place. But this is closer. I still skip a lot. I'm like doing bouncing motions here and there. And then I missed an input here and there. Feels alright. Index finger and ring finger, it seems. Probably the way to go. But this is actually half retraining and half not. Yeah, I lost the timing. Yeah, from time to time, my ring finger migrates the same way that my middle finger does, and it stops lifting, so it causes that really fast double tap. So this is the stamina issue here. Rest a little bit. We're gonna keep pushing our goal here, which is to try to... I think I have something in between, don't I? Oh wait. It's not. Yeah. We want to get to here today without pushing too hard. Although we're switching fingers, so that's kind of gonna be an issue. That went really, really well. Like, remarkably well. Once I nailed down my my ring finger input. I dropped a few there. There was 2 skips. Whenever there's like an alternating skip, it means my pointer finger now didn't like go down as far. So that's pretty good. It's very good. It feels so much better than doing the SDing. Like, you just don't do that in general elsewhere. So it's very... It doesn't carry when I'm away from this game. And being over like half a year away from Osu, I'm already having difficulty retraining the SDing. So having the option of ADing is very, very nice. Like, just, it only took 2 tries to adapt to ADing. Now we have a stamina issue here, so stamina breaks down here. Because I usually don't AD this vigorously. You AD in bursts, right? In video games. Short burst. That's still substantially better than trying to recondition my middle finger. Yeah. It's night and day. And for the longest time I've been training on a 2 keypad thing. Maybe a long time ago, perhaps it would have been interesting to see what happens if I ended up developing with a 3 key as opposed to as opposed to having a 2 key. Technically it's still 2 key, it's just the keypad I had did not have a spacer for the middle button. So I inherently trained with my pointer and middle finger. But that's in 4 retries I'm already ahead of retraining my pointer and middle finger, which is a nice sign that the logic checks out, right? If I spend most of my time using WASD, the 2 keys that are used most often in WASD is A and D in video games, generally speaking. If you play a wide variety of games, the buttons that come to play most often frequently is A and D. W you're holding down most of the time, and S you're holding down most of the time. And then when you have old school games, which there are old school games that still use Z and X, which are the 2 keys that Osu use by default, Z and X, as confirm on the Z and cancel on the X. And that's largely why my middle finger is the dominant one and the dominant driver on the 2 pairs. But games aren't really made that way much anymore, right? Even traditional JRPGs and whatnot that uses the confirm and stuff, they kind of swapped up the layouts now, so they don't use like 2 button controls anymore. Generally, it's still WASD, QERF, maybe some G's, and then escape and enter. So it's interesting. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily undoing the other 2, because there is a time and place for using your middle finger and your pointer finger, but I actually think in this case we're gonna embrace the ring finger and pointer finger, the index finger. This is where we want to end today, or like try to get to keep on our schedule. Okay. Yeah, that's a stamina issue. That's a really big stamina issue. That's okay. As long as we get a little acquainted. One of the other maintenance that, I don't know, might vary with people, but my nails are slightly edging over my flesh now, so my fingertips. Like I need to trim my nails again. One of the upkeeps. That remind me when playing violin, right? Playing violin or the guitar. Your left hand is the you fret with your left hand and you finger. You hold your fingers on the violin with your left hand, and it's very noticeable when your nails become slightly outside of your fingertips. It makes contact with the surface constantly. It feels, it's that like rough feeling. Gotta go trim them. So we're gonna try to keep it within an hour. But I'm feeling pretty good about this ring finger thing. Going back to ADing. Oh, there it is. I lost an input. Guess I'm tired. Not tired, but I'm straining. I myself am not physically tired, just my hands are straining to keep the rhythm going. Getting tired. My pointer finger isn't going down far enough. Okay, let's see if I can slow it down now. Have some like resolution. My pointer finger. Yep, that double tap. It's a lot better already. Looks fine. I double tapped. Okay. Not the greatest. Still okay. I had a thought. I totally forgot what it was while I was doing that. Oh, right. I'm curious if... No, you can't. It's fine. Honestly, I could probably even triple tap now that I think about it. That'd be interesting. Let's do a slight experiment. I'm actually kind of curious. I don't think it's gonna work, but... Let's use this for an example. Nope. that's no. That's not gonna work. That was interesting. I was just curious. Alright, that's an hour. I think we got to where we wanted to get to. It's not bad, even with the switching fingers. Alright. That's a promising reassurance. We gotta keep honest, don't overstrain, right? Moderation. That's a good wrap. That's not bad. I like it. It's only day 2, you know, it's early goings. Early goings. When we get to 160, right? When we get to 160, we start on burst training, which involves going back to this. And it's going to be interesting to triple on a index finger and ring finger training, because I don't intuitively go ADA or DAD, right? ADA, DAD, that's gonna be weird. And it's not as tough single tapping because I already single tapped on my index finger. So I could naturally just lean in on the index finger as opposed to single tapping on my ring finger. The dominance of S, I typically single tap alternatingly on S and D, so middle finger and index finger. So either way, I'll still have a dominant single tapping finger in this situation. But playing triples, like bursts, like 3s, 5s, 7s, and 9s are gonna be weird. Because I don't know how I'm gonna start them. Typically, when you do odds, you reset. So like right, left, right, or left, right, left, and then you reset over and over again. So this is why this is important to do or retrain. Because resetting is a thing that can help with timing. Like starting a stream or a stream as in an OSU stream, a map stream, or different elements. If you reset, it produces a cadence, a timing. Alright. We're gonna switch gears. We're gonna try to solve some, find some snow buddies. Alright. Good wrap up. Actually, this was very, very auspicious. Incredibly auspicious. Alright. See you later.
See you next time.
Indeed. See you next time. Okay. Alright, I gotta look for a new a December themed background music. Alright. It's time to solve some. It's time to find the rest of our snow buddies, right? Rest of our snow buddies. Our goal is to find 10 of our snow buddies. It looks like there might be approximately 20 of them left. And I do have a mind block, like a enrichment, like an inspiration block on 2 of them currently. But it's a new day, right? It's a new day, and we might see it through a new lens. Alright. Be like ADing right here. This would be an example of ADing. Doesn't have to be first person or free camera, but ADing happens a lot. It's so much less than WSing because WSing involves the middle finger, right? Let's see here. Alright, sure, let's go here. It's only in a single island, so let's see. Unfortunately, it looks like a raft thing. Okay, I'm guessing it's this raft. Ooh, it's raining here. Okay. Alright. Wait. It's not this. Oh. I'm a doofus. Okay. Okay. So it's this island. Alright, alright. Hmm. Okay. Where am I going with this? Oh, maybe the raft position is... Oh, I'm trying to get a log here in this position. Okay. Hmm. There's one downside. If I put the log in that position, I don't know how to get on the raft anymore. So maybe that's not the way it goes. Hmm. Okay. Perhaps. Perhaps the... Hmm. Maybe that's not the island. The island is coming from somewhere else. I feel like this island just leads to... Hmm. Where are we going with this? Yeah, I have no idea where this is going. Oh. There's a raft of... Oh, no, no, no. That just leads us back to... Wait, does this really... No, 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 no. That's not where we're going. I want to go left. I want to go west somehow. Wait. What happens if we do make that raft? Let's see. So the raft is there. It's gonna push. No, there's no interaction between the two rafts. Oh! That can't be how it works, right? Well, you know what they say about this game. Let's not make some assumptions, so... Let's see what happens if I get it over there. I'm lost. Actually. I'm okay with this, right? This is fine. Right. I feel like this is definitely one of the interactions, so we're good with that. Oh, this part. So what, I do the same thing? See where... Oh, I'm such a doofus. Oh, I got it. Wow. That was a pure coincidence. That I saw the rocks. I totally forgot about the rocks. Wait, how the heck do you get back? That's how you get back, yo. Wait. How did I get on this island originally? What the heck? Infinite rewinds. Oh. Okay. It's fine. We did it. That was really complicated. That's one for the day. I don't know if I could do this one. There are a few of them I came across and tried, and it's definitely not this island, but I like to think it's a rafting spot or something. It's only one tree stump here. Unless there's one behind the door. See how you can do anything with it. There's no way you can do. Wait, no. I think. Oh, okay, yeah, we're just going south. So we're just putting a log here. Yeah. So it's this island. It has to be this island. We have to be able to roll this small log across. Okay, that's probably easy enough, right? Is this a circuit too? It's also a circuit. Okay, well, alright. Door, right. Got it. Huzzah! That wasn't too bad. That was alright. Number 2 of the day. I might actually make some time for another session, another different session today. Doing pretty alright. Let's go here. Oh, I even have the trees untouched. I attempted this before my break. Pretty confident, and I looked at this and be like, nah, not enough skill. Just kidding. More like not enough persistence. Okay. I know without a doubt I reset this, right? Because I got all the exhibits. So I must have reset this thinking I could figure it out. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Now, how does it involve these two islands? So there's one tree. Are you telling me there's a way? There's probably a way to get use one of this log to get a bridge here, so that I save the big log and then bridge it here for this. I don't see a snow. That's got to be the snow buddy, right? So let's think about it. It's probably gonna go here. There's no other way I can see it. So the garden spoon. Let's read some of these again. This garden spoon actually serves a dual purpose in the museum. Right now it is functioning as an exhibit in its own right. Englandlanders use them to poke holes in their gardens, but sometimes we loan it out to archaeological sites so monsters can use it to dig for even more human objects. Englandlanders poke holes in their garden. That's the purpose of a shovel. I mean, a garden spoon. Obviously. Ah, good old British humor. Alright. So I can roll this back over there and then create a second bridge. Oh, you can create a second bridge here. It's this way, facing this way. So I can roll it up. I don't think that's too difficult, right? Actually, no, just kidding. Maybe I can create the single bridge here. Oh, I can make the platform. Yeah, I can make the platform like this too. Oh, that allows me to push down. Nice. Wait. Wait. Oh. Nice. Oh. Not nice. There's no snow buddy here. Wait. What does that do? Does that create a circuit? It does create a circuit. Hold up. Hold. I thought I was being clever, but I didn't do anything. Oh, it's a single island on... Oh, okay. That's fine. It's fine. Are those 2 trees? Oh, they're 2 trees. Yeah, I just need to create a rafting point there. So... Easy peasy. Let's think about this one more. I do like my single islands. Oh. Another tree there. Okay. Oh, is this the thing where you have to... Nah. Yeah, it's the thing you shake the things. Wait, does this actually lead to... Okay. Oh, there's the snow buddy. We gotta hug all the little snow buddies. So what am I doing here? I need to push the raft. Okay, I need to transport the log using the raft. Easy enough, right? That's definitely a thing. Okay. Hmm. Uh. Hmm. Okay, I'm definitely okay with that. So, but I'm kind of stuck, right? I don't. How do I? Hmm. Wait, hold up. I gotta make sure the music's not interrupted. Okay. So if I do this, or this. Oh, wait. Wait, what did I just... Hmm. Oh. Wait. That doesn't work? Um. I just started all over again. Okay. Hmm. Okay. That took me a really long time, dude. Bank robber. Okay. Alright. Took a little bit longer than I thought. I got stuck. Alright. There's only one raft spot. Right? Oh. Where does this take us? Okay. What? Oh. Oh, we reset that connection there. That's why I thought there was a path connecting it. Let's do that though. Put down this tree. Don't know if it's relevant in the future. Out of convenience. Okay. What was that? Number 3? These two. I see a raft, right? That must be the raft from this island. No, it's not. Wait. Where the heck? Excuse me? mean, I see 2 raft points. Maybe it's here. The connection is here, but I made a raft down on the island on the bottom. No, that can't be right. Oh, maybe that big raft comes up here. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, so the big raft leads to... Okay, sure. Wait. I don't understand. Where's this leading me? That can't be it. Oh, you know what? Okay. Okay, how do I get to the island on the bottom? It's probably taking a log. It's the other island. It's the starting point, right? It's the other island. Go down here. Let's read this. Advanced emoji. Before emoji became its own distinct language, humans would use little yellow faces to express emotions alongside written words. These could convey surprisingly subtle or complex emotions. This example shows the feeling of being angry with a friend in real life or something they did in a dream. Yeah, nah. Nah. But that's a deep cut right there. Again, this game is contemporary, so, you know, very apt. Alright, let's go back. Okay, so we're at the island. What happens when I reset? Okay. Okay. I imagine we need this raft to be up there. That's where it all starts. Oh, do I need to connect? Guess we'll see. Can I get back down here? And So we can get back up here, right? We're definitely transporting a log down there to kick off. Ooh, no. Yeah. So we gotta transport the raft across. We have to block a raft point? Like we have to stop the raft early so that it bounces. I think I see it. Okay. Okay. So right. Yep. Oh no. No, that's not what I was picturing, but yeah. Good enough. Lap. Aw, that guy has one of those hats on. Where are we going? Hey. Alright. Number 4. There's one here. We might as well do this one. What? Please. Mr. Monster, please. Alright, we do have to eat popcorn though. Let's take a little breather. Enjoy our popcorn. I think it's incredibly fascinating and incredibly fascinating how little information you need to actually animate to exude a specific type of inference. So in this case, if you're thinking about it, look at the character. The character does not have a face, right? It doesn't have a mouth. It doesn't even pick up the actual item and eat it, but just with some simple motion and some cadence in you know, just some wobbling warping effects. And I don't know if they use a warping effect. I imagine they just rig the thing going up and down just a little bit. You already can tell that that guy is consuming the popcorn. Just a few contexts. It's incredibly elegant. The human brain, man. Human brain. All right. Sorry. Let's okay. Where do we start? I imagine there are 2 big logs adjacent or the connected island north. I feel like this is devastatingly complicated. Okay, I don't remember the theme of this island. I think these are one of the earlier islands. Already really complicated. Wait, can I not? Oh no, I can't. I feel like I definitely need this connection. Or, I guess this is a long log. This is definitely more complicated than... Oh, interesting. That's not where the log was. Yeah, I can definitely connect this differently. Yeah, this is definitely not set up properly. Definitely connect this different. Oh. Wait. Say what? You can create a wrath point here. Oh. Oh. That's how it interacts. I thought... never mind. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. It's fine. I think we needed this, right? So we liberated one log somehow. I don't know how it's going to be used. Where are we going? We're going to the west? Okay. Somehow we have to create a raft that goes and pushes off to the... Push off to the right. Okay, sure. That's definitely a tree we can use. And definitely not do anything about the top right corner guy. You can only use it as a bridge, right? This is probably the raft we're looking for. Right. Alternatively, we could have made it above with the rock, but I don't think so. Yeah, this is the pretty sure. Yeah, this is the island where you slide things into rafts and then shove logs along the water. It's coming back to me, sort of. Okay. Okay. That do it. It creates, yeah, so it creates that bridge. Sure. Now this creates a push-off point for this raft. And I reset this. Nailed it! Clap. Mr. Chef Buddy. That was fantastic. That is pretty nuts, I would have to say. That one was really satisfying. Alright. One island. There's one with two islands. Okay. Oops. Alright, let's take a drink. Let's take a break. Coffee break, everyone. I think I mentioned this before when I was playing an indie game. I don't know which one it is. Oh, I wasn't playing an indie game. This was when I was talking about was I talking about an indie game? Well, never mind that. It was either Like a Dragon Gaiden or potentially Battle Bands. It's within that time period. I talked about things like being creative in... Oh, it's not Like a Dragon Gaiden. It might actually be... It's something that dealt with skill development. So, a lot of times video games nowadays tend to utilize pause screens and, in my opinion, underutilize pause screens or like rest periods, right? Oh, I think it was a take on live service models. So it was dealing with Neverwinter Online. But the reason why this came up is the coffee break and the popcorn is an excellent understanding of how psychology works, the human condition works when it comes to doing something potentially incredibly intellectually strenuous, right? And to give you, I don't know if it was intentionally designed this way with this in mind, but nevertheless it came up, it coincidentally aligned. The idea is to integrate reward for taking a breather or for relaxing or taking a break, because one of the prevalent, I almost feel, although it's difficult to demonstrate, I know I'm digressing already, however, the importance of rest and interval, just taking short intervals of break from a current mindset, right? A current focus. And this is true for both physical and mental tasks. Video games these days, there's an inherent normalization of learning curve and feeling of progress. And generally speaking, one of the core ways to improve and grow and learn efficiently is often to understand how to take a break and utilize that break. So, for example, nowadays, especially Twitch, emphasizes an always on hustle culture, right? You're always on. The great feats and admiration of human qualities is to do inhumanly like things. And one of the things is to do something for a very long time, consistently, and hoping to improve. Naturally speaking, an understand of human psychology and human biology would suggest that's not sustainable. It may be sustainable for a short period of time, to get your likes, your clicks, your fame, but inevitably it's not sustainable. One of the most underutilized pieces of growth, both physically and mentally, is urging and reminding, almost requiring discipline now, to not succumb to the hustle culture and to embrace respite, a period of reconciliation, right? Consolidate your experiences. So like when I'm going back to Osu, a rhythm game that I play very often, the break you take pays back so much more than rigorously grinding your way consistently. So if anyone's ever had a moment of mental block or physical block, take a rest. Think about something else. Let your mind wander to related things that isn't the task. And when you come back to it, you, more often than not, it's a very intuitive process that is inexplicable for people who are intuitive about this. But it's very beneficial. For someone like myself, it's kind of consistently demonstrated, like empirically, that this works. So when you're doing a puzzle game, now we're going to take it back to why this is important and why I'm thinking about this as we're watching the animation, a second animation of our little dude taking a coffee break. This is, in my opinion, I don't know if the developers thought of it this way, or maybe they do this too when they're working and designing and creating the puzzle game. It takes, either they're projecting this theme or like this little touch, or it is part of the process. Either way, it's incredible, which is the idea that this communicates to me that this developer understands what it's like to play puzzle games, to have very difficult logic or maybe out of the box logic for the time being, or non-intuitive logic being bootstrapped. So what happens is you need to take a break. So what's a how to maximize that encouragement? Well, program a simple animation loop to encourage someone to take a break. They might not understand what the intellectual benefits or even the intuitive benefits at first, but just doing stuff like this can increase what what do the developers get out of this? Maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it's not. And what do the publishers get out of this? Well, typically it means, you'd be surprised with these tiny breaks, that the player ends up playing longer, but they play longer more happily and more likely to show more consistent improvements, and that increases longer sessions, but in a more healthier way, not the type where the game continues to press you forward without encouraging and maybe even rewarding a really fun little animation to take a break. So games don't do that these days. In fact, the culture around gaming industry, or not the developers and the publishers, it's kind of indirectly the fault of the design of the developers and publishers, not in a bad or good way, it's unintended, right? The gamers tend to retain, have better progress, faster learning returns, a healthier relationship with your game, and therefore it creates better response, and whether they know it or not, it enhances their experience overall. So it is very incentive. It's a bonus for developers and publishers to consider the idea of how do you creatively make your game an enjoyable experience while learning a complex topic. So for example, if I walk into the room and I'm teaching the nuances of the viral life cycle of retroviruses in Gallus, the domestic chicken, right? I would try to integrate ways of breaking the rhythm, even speech. I do it all the time. When I begin to hit my my big PowerPoints, I start becoming a little bit more animated. I move my hands, stop my hands, then I breathe. You swap up the dynamics. It's also contextually interesting too, so you can deviate a little bit and then take it back. It's to help keep people alert, make the process dynamic, but it's also actively resting the person. If you hyper focus on something for long enough, yes, I do actually earnestly believe people have specific attention spans, but not in the conventional sense where people talk about, oh, we all have shortened attention spans because we can't seem to focus on one scene for 5 minutes or for 10 seconds or whatnot. It's not necessarily that. It is sort of that, but in the context of how alert and how active someone can be. And you can focus on a topic and a context even while taking a break from it. What you do is you reframe the context. So in this case, I'm playing a puzzle game, right? I'm playing a monster expedition. But there's a time for a coffee break and just take it in. It's still within the context of the game, but what it does is it breaks the cadence of what you're doing. So what happens now is I will feel refreshed. I'm appreciating the animation. I did this gigantic sort of slightly digression that's relevant to this animation. I stop thinking about the puzzles. Maybe if you're someone who's struggling with insecurity or afraid that things will get too hard, what happens is this break resets you. It takes you away from having to worry about the next puzzle. And then when you approach the next puzzle, you'll feel refreshed. Mentally. Obviously not literally, unless you actually have a cup of coffee too. For me, I take some water in. And it's a really, really wonderful design that I see less and less of in video games. And what it is, in my opinion, a consequence of making people obligated to FOMO, the fear of missing out. So for example, when a game is launched, there's only a specific window to get in on the wave, right? People don't take breaks. The hustle culture is true blue, incredibly resonating both in developer design, publisher design, and the end user. They are positively feeding back on each other about getting things done fast, getting things done well, learning really fast. I'm going to put learning in quotes because technically, if you're repeating the same type of philosophy and process over and over again, you don't necessarily learn new things. You refine things you already learned. So in a way, it's kind of learning, but not in the sense of creativity or novelty. When you take a break, that's when you get to consolidate. If you think that, all right, well, your mind operates differently. The body, what are evidence that you can't control? Well, how your body works. Biologically, the only time you're actually synthesizing the experience you gain is when you're resting. Like the vast majority of your learning experience, mechanically, literally, physically, is when you rest, not when you're actively doing the task. Luckily for us, in my opinion, it's very fortunate. Mentally, it's still efficacious to take shortened breaks. So even you're in a time crunch, you have to do this task in one day, take 5-minute breaks. If you have a month, take day breaks. Work 6 times a week, right? Take Sunday off. Work 5 times. There's a very, very neat correlation and tons of converging evidence that even if we didn't understand how biology and psychology worked, without longitudinal studies and empirical evidence, in the end, when we use this like bottom line approach and ceiling approach to optimizing the workforce universally and whatnot, it ended up, not coincidentally optimizing for the longest possible period a human can stay actively effective and productive while punctuated by breaks. And it's generally those who can time manage the most effective schedule to integrate as many forms of breaks that doesn't push the person to hyper focusing on something, the more efficient their time becomes. So what I'm saying is, when you're working smart, it can increase your productivity. Whether it makes you happy or not, that's a different story. Someone who wants to work an honest day's labor, right, or put in 14 hours a day and feel happy about it, that is definitely a principle. It's a subjective manner, right? But what I'm saying is it doesn't change the fact that if that person did not work 14 hours a day and worked, well, they can keep working 14 hours a day, but if they say they reduce it to 11 hours a day and took 1 hour breaks, 3 1-hour breaks, so you work 11 hours and had 3 1-hour breaks making up the 14 hours, it would be almost certain, right, observationally, empirically, not about the person's mood or anything, they would probably be more productive with their time. Not only do they feel physically rested or better, right, because they got breaks, they will likely accomplish the task just as efficiently after the adaptation period, and also being open-minded subjectively to doing it. That's kind of the idea. So if you're not subjectively open to it, doesn't really matter. It's a nocebo effect. So if you don't believe that you can work less time by integrating more rest, and you truly firmly believe that, you'll produce a nocebo effect. Basically, if you're not happy with it, I'm not here to convince you it's true. I'm only here to suggest that someone as talented and hardworking as someone who works 14 hours a day can most definitely accomplish the same task in 8 hours with an additional 6 hours of rest time for themselves. And this is kind of what this is. This is what this reminds me of. It's beautiful. It's I don't know if that's what they were going for, or they naturally came upon it being people who program puzzle games. It's very logical. You get diminished return for doing something consistently for a very long time. If you break up that tandem, you actually gain even more return on investment. So take a break, have a coffee break. If you're cramming for schoolwork and you've procrastinated, I'm going to use that word loosely, and the exams tomorrow, studying 14 hours straight instead of studying 2 4-hour sessions with a 4-hour break in between, I can almost say statistically, if this was ever done, I would say I'm on the side where the person managed to take a break in between the studying. They will ultimately probably perform not statistically significant, as in they will perform similarly, right? There is a chance one method might minorly improve the things, but what that person gained was a rest period. So what they gained was not relevant to their performance of their study. What they gained was sustainability. So yes, if you study for 8 hours with a 4-hour break instead of studying 12 hours straight, you will likely perform not statistically significant. The most important message here is that you got 4 hours of rest. You get to have 4 hours of rest. So it's not like some secret hack that instantly makes you better at something. It makes it more sustainable. This addresses one of the shortcomings of science studies in general. It's very, very difficult to perform longitudinal studies, which are effects that happen over a long period of time. We are human beings that live 100 years. Studies as much as we want probably average like 5 years. A reasonable longitudinal studies is 5 years. So inherently, most human beings who don't even operate in the scientific community have a poor understanding. It's not bad or good, just have an ignorance, a blissful ignorance of what is sustainability, or imagining sustainability. Like, for example, this is going to go into a digression, so we're going to prop this up. I'll talk about this for another 30 minutes or so, because I kind of enjoy this. This segues into the idea of there are 2 different spheres of cognitive dissonance. One I visited before, which is population statistics. It's unfathomable or very non-intuitive, even if you feel like you're logical. If you're not in a field that operates with population statistics, like big numbers, scaling, exponential growth, that type of thing, when you're analyzing the impact or interpreting the impact of data, it can be skewed because you spend most of the time thinking about yourself as an individual. instead of thinking about it as a large pool of population. So we've done that digression before, where like there's sampling bias, self-selection. When people make commentaries on what is the right and wrong thing to do, it's often sampling bias. It's due to sampling bias and not understanding population. That will be a digression for another day. The second point is time. How rates work, and like things like longevity, habit formation, process improvement, skill building, mental wellness. All that is with respect to time. And time in a dominant hustle culture community, which is the internet, right, dominated by the hustle culture, has eroded even ignorance, which typically a form of understanding, someone who can understand time, as in like things take time, even with the ignorance of the actual semantics or the context of the stuff. Like, say, I don't understand anything about technology, but I am not ignorant to what time can produce. So naturally, it will allow me to be faithful and trustworthy to the process with the ignorance of the context. That has eroded completely due to the hustle culture, because it's incredibly biased towards one perspective. So for example, video games publication is a great place to illustrate this dissonance. Someone would argue that I purchased $60 for this game, and because you can only see the transaction of $60 and a finished product, the value system that they understand, how they evaluate and argue about, is this game worth the innovation, did it innovate, and all that stuff, and is it worth $60, have no consideration for how long it takes to produce that product, how long it took you to produce $60. If you take into that account, there will be an element of faith and empathy, not an element of righteous indignation that's apathetic and dehumanizing. So here's an example. I bought this game. It's definitely not worth $60. They probably just, like, what did they do? They probably just sat around and been lazy. Look at this bug. Like, did they even try to fix this bug? Those comments come out incredibly easily for someone who has no concept of how long things take, because they have ignorance of that process. It's not bad or good. It's thinking about the empathy. This person cannot empathize because they act intuitively based on their experiences. So they're not a game developer. They haven't been through the game developing process and how to empathize how bugs elude human eyes. It's very difficult. It's exponentially more complex. Even the simplest things may be very complex. But let's think about what the cost is. So you as an individual is evaluating if something is worth it to millions of people. This is an integration of population statistics and time, right? So you're telling me that you're $60, right, for a game. I'm just spinning this. I don't really know enough about this, but let's put in some perspective just to maybe reevaluate or inspire some reevaluation. So you're $60. Say in the United States, I'm just going to use a round number. The minimum wage is $10. It really isn't, but let's just say it's $10. So you're telling me that you're $6 today as an individual because you're evaluating the value of a game based on just you, and then moral grandstanding for millions of other people who probably most definitely do not share your very specific case opinion. As in, there's no one on this planet that shares the same case opinion as you, because you are unique. You have circumstances, but you attempt to generalize that, right? You use them as a moral grandstand, as in, I care about other people because if I say this isn't worth it, I'm warning other people not to waste their money. That's moral grandstanding, and that's usually inferred. Nevertheless, that's a projection of themselves. So they believe, let's do this objectively, right? They tend to favor objectivity. A game that probably had an average of 6 to 7 years of development, considering hundreds to possibly thousands of people who maybe work on and off. You can make an argument. They need breaks too, right? Maybe they took a break cumulatively of 1 year of the 7 years. So that's kind of fair, right? 1 in 7, as in 1 day in 7 days. They probably took a break like every Sunday. And then you tack on a few holidays, we'll go about like 2 years out of the 5 years. That's a fairly reasonable way to consider time, length, and population statistics. That's a very reasonable thing. So you're telling me that if you get paid $10 an hour and you worked less than a day's 8-hour work day, that money is not worth 5 years worth of development work hours of potentially thousands of people. Just putting in go. The answer could be yes. Like, for those people who are upset about what I said, it could still be yes, and I respect that. Like, I'm just offering a contextualizing population with your commentary, right? You're talking about how it's not worth it to you. So if you were a person who worked on something for 7 years, how much is that worth? It certainly is not going to be 2/3 of a workday. And even then, without even talking about like the return per how many people buying it and all that stuff, generally speaking, I would say if you can connect with how much time and how much money with respect to time, and also the human element of using up time, faith and trust becomes more robust in a person. So for example, that might have potentially softened and reach a better understanding to developers and publishers about how much something is worth. I'm not, let's just say I'm not going to be changing a lot of people's minds about how they feel, because if they made a game that they spent 7 years making, and they can hypothetically say, yeah, I'd be comfortable for selling it for $10 for sure, taking into account all like the cost of living and inflation, all that, definitely $10. Like, all the power to you. That's a great hypothetical situation. And the only way to remove all doubt is to do it. And unfortunately, that's where, much like scientific experiments, longitudinal experiments like that are rare. So in order to literally prove the point to me, you have to spend the next 7 years developing a game and then selling it for $10 and feel emotionally completely justified, and your righteous indignation is satisfied because I will believe you. And that is incredibly unreasonable for me to suggest, because your life is let's just say an average of 70 to 80 years, right? In using the United States life expectancy as a thing. Much like it's unreasonable to go out and boycott a game that was made for 7 years by someone else and expect them to be able to empathize with that too. So, faith has been eroded by hustle culture, and it's often burdened by an inability to understand population statistics and time. And how does that affect everything that's more interesting to me, right? Like, I talk about business a lot and business philosophy because the hustle culture focuses on that. It's always about commercialism and trying to objectify subjective IPs, like placing dollar signs and values on an idea, on human creativity. What I'm extending to now is taking it back full circle to the idea of taking breaks during games. Games are not breakful. Like in a way, it's mutual. The developer and designer typically wants you to continue consuming, expecting you to consume their game. And I'm not talking about all developers, obviously, because a Monsters Expedition developers clearly don't do that. But we're talking about the indie scene here. Like that don't do that. But in the mainstream, they want you to consume, like addiction, borderline addiction. It's not because it's necessarily intentionally malicious. It's very efficacious for their goals. The end user don't necessarily reject this either. So inherently, whether it's a chicken or the egg problem or not, both sides are conveniently reinforcing each other's habits. We got to produce more games. They got to last longer. We got to keep the player satisfied for as long as possible. The end user, we got to get more content. We must consume consistently, and this game better keep our attention all the time. So effectively, in both cases, it leads to video games needing to be designed in a way that can achieve that effect. And the consequence of that could be the exploitation of FOMO, the insecurity of missing out. That is incredibly effective because the hustle culture is associated with the need to always be on top of things. Always on. What has that done if you understand the human condition? Well, it created what I would argue a growing epidemic, an emergent growing epidemic of insecurities, non-sustainable mental health, overworked mentally, people just incredibly overworked with no essence of being able to develop skills on regulating and exercising discipline on one's own understanding of their own capacities, right? So for example, now you have youth that is conditioned to normalize the idea that you can't put down the smartphone. You can't miss the next big game. You have to work everything for the next big thing. There's no time for breathers. Walking outside is a crime because the moment you walk outside, there's a chance you might miss something. You can't leave the house without your smartphone because you might miss something. It's not a bad or a good thing. It's an exploitation of the human condition. Fearing of missing out is incredibly effective, and it's a consequence of the relationship between both the end user and the developers and publishers, etc. The gamers want to feel like they always need something and they love something and they need to have it. Well, one of the most effective human conditions is to prey or exploit the fear of missing out. And it's very effective. So inherently, the thing that might have made you love a game or feel attached to the game is also the thing that makes you violently aggressive, boycotting, and disagreeable over time. So for example, as a designer, as a developer, right? Like, I'm not literally a programmer or a developer, but if I was part of a development team, I would take into the consideration of fostering a healthy, amicable, and mutually synergistic relationship with my community. So integrating designs like this, where there's a chill point, or a design that mechanically or lucratively is not resonant at first, right? Like, no one likes to take breaks during a game. They want to keep going. But over time, if you foster a community, understanding that breaks are inherent in the game and it feels normal, I can almost assert, I'm not a psychology major or anything like that, right? But I would like to say that in the long run, longitudinally, right, 10 plus years, that this developer will continue to have a healthy working environment and relationship with the reception of their community, because both their community and the developer understands, or at least fosters, a sustainable lifestyle. It's not that they literally do the same thing, but there's it's a human condition because it's core to what it's like to be human. Breaks happen. Your games should support the idea of taking breaks. What happens? Well, if someone likes the game, they're likely the person who appreciates the messages that are given in the game, which is like taking a break. And this is fantastic. I don't think I see this very commonly in games. There used to be a point where, resting periods or save points are strategically placed somewhere to warn the player, the end user, maybe it's time to take a break for now. Actually, by coincidence, this isn't the only game. Like a Dragon, the Ryuka Gotoku Studios actually does strategically and almost thematically, it's not so subtle, where even literally the characters tell you, hey, this can be really dangerous. Do you want to save? Or like maybe even take a break? It can get really intense, right? It's subtle, it's intuitive, so people don't, like, your community doesn't have to be people who are incredibly perceptive where, oh yeah, I see what they're doing here. They could feel good naturally by saying, oh yeah, you know what? I really like this game. I can't quite pinpoint why, but it just feels like I'm never stressed, and I always feel like I'm getting better, and it feels so rewarding to see my progress, especially after I walk away and come back. So ignorance is bliss too, for sure. Just the idea that this dissonance with population statistics and time is reinforced by the internet in general. Like it's there's so much to talk about that reinforces this narrative, but one of them is gaming. You have people who spend so much time with gaming philosophy that I don't want to place overburdening responsibilities on developers or designers or like publishers. However, you are in charge of a medium representation that legitimately conditions a whole generation of impressionable youth, we're not specifically talking about adults who went through maturation in various environments, but specifically I'm more concerned about the youth. Being a game developer, I would say if I was part of game developer, there's another sense of legacy or impact that a developer has or a publisher has, and that's to make conscious decisions and design points that ultimately pays back to you with great comments and reviews and ratings, and that's to instill and communicate moderation in your game, because moderation is sustainable. It creates consistency. Yes, your game isn't going to blow up in a matter of days, right? Because so many people, but the long run is, I would argue, you probably will outlast those games in legacy. You're not, in my opinion, it is very respectful, it is very admirable for people who are not caught up in the hustle culture of the internet and the hustle culture of business in general. Like, you hit the ground running, you have a hit, let's just slam on that hit, do not hit the brakes. Well, let's just think about the most consistent, rich, loyal, gatekeeping communities in the mainstream. What are the characteristics of their lifestyle? Well, the community they have are largely made up of ignorance, but of ignorance, loyalty, and faith, because they played the long game. They treated end users like human beings, and end users treated them like human beings, even when it's represented by a large conglomerate, right? So we're talking about Apple, Microsoft, even like I would say the specialty here would be Amazon, where it's an investment in the people. You might make an argument, well, there's this and that site. It does not ever change the observation that there is incredibly blind loyalty, right? And that is catering to the idea that you make design decisions, you make investments that ultimately reinforces human condition to be sustainable. Of course, there's so many actions, so many things. There are missteps and proactive ways of doing this, but overall, those companies or those big, consistent people have a mutual relationship with their community. Whether it is predatory or not, is sustainable. The ones that sustain the longest have elements of understanding and having the hindsight and foresight of understanding how a product can exist for a very long time. What is one of those products? A smartphone. Well, a smartphone in itself is just a device. It's empty. Like, it could have gone the way of a calculator. But what made it an integral part of human life is they made it to offer the conveniences that in the long run becomes integral to human life. So when you're making a game or making a video game, and you're making a video game series, and you're expecting your community to stay around or always come back and trust you, you're investing forward. If you make a smash hit, which unfortunately I for better or for worse, I can think of a few indie studios that went on to expand and they just hit rock bottom the next time because they threw out the coincidental philosophy of investing forward for a quick return, right? So to me, if your audience are human beings and you're a developer who are considering yourself human beings, you might not consider yourself as human beings. What I mean is, You might consider yourself as a near robotic worker, someone who works really hard, then that's fair. Your development team will probably be driven and you'll probably have a lot of turnover. A great example would be Blizzard Entertainment, a lot of turnover, right? And that is sustainable, just like labor workers and whatnot. Those things work. But ideally, you want retention. You want a development team to stay with you, form bonds, longevity, and the end user to be the same. That's a long game. That's playing the long game. And a lot of times, some people talk about how they're a great judge of character, yet they're dehumanizing developers and publishers. They're dehumanizing everything they're talking about. And anyone who opposes them, well, that's probably not a person. That's probably a person who's more catered towards the hustle bustle. That's fantastic. I mean, like, they can stick to that. What I'm talking about is the person who understands that if you are a good judge of character, you can also see the long game. The game that many developers that I will be talking about in another 10 years will be far more consistently successful than and be well received than the ones that exist today that are popular and are going for the hustle bustle. So, yes, Ubisoft is probably a great example of a company that went hustle bustle. They didn't invest forward. They rigorously expanded on an idea rapidly until it was dulled out. Let's take an opposite effect. Rockstar. You know, GTA 6 is still not around that corner. You know? But what they're doing is they're investing forward. It's a really, really big long shot, but they have already cultivated an almost cult-like loyalty. We can even argue Apple, right? Apple products, closed ecosystem. It is predatory in some way, I would say. Like, arguably, you can make that debate. But what it is investing forward. It's for mechanically best or worse, whatever the interest is. Catering to consistent human, like sustainable human habits is ultimately a win-win. Like, what I mean is a win-win from the designer standpoint. And I think, just to wrap this digression up, for the inspiration for this digression, this team, Draknek and friends, among a few others of recent memory, will be here to stay. They understand integrating lifestyle conveniences. It might be a coincidence. I don't know. I don't have direct contact with the developers. But things like this foster healthy mental wellness that will enable one to, like, say someone really hates this game or having an incredibly hard time playing the puzzles. Integrating something like this can soften the blow. It might even get them over the hump and retain that player. If you remove this, well, there's no chance of it happening. There's no chance of it slowing down. And what you end up selecting is, certainly you select for those people who are more dedicated and committed initially, but you also exclude everyone else who isn't about it. There's no faith. There's no trust. And designers, in my opinion, developers have a great, like, especially indie developers, because they don't have to play by the standardized rule of hustle and bustle on the mainstream. If you integrate, like, say, a stopping point, a resting point, and animate that, yes, it doesn't add to the game's mechanic. It doesn't add to, and it might not be appreciated at first, but I can almost guarantee, I would say like 80% of the time, once the game, if you are able to retain a player population over time, that resting period, those things become more and more salient over time. Like, what I mean is, you will hear remarks from longtime players like, yeah, man, this is awesome. I'm enjoying this rest stop with a custom background music. It really makes me feel cozy and I can just go again. Because it's habit forming. People need rest. So that's the take home message. Like, really understanding human psychology and developing a game that meets your needs and your vision, but at the same time retaining and playing to not, you don't, in my opinion, developers and publishers don't have to exploit FOMO. There's an incredibly other more proactive, arguably, of course, from a non-specialist, there are incredibly other sources of motivation for a gamer to quote-unquote exploit, but in a synergistic manner. And one of them is to provide treats for resting, or implying that one, you don't have to play 16 hours straight today. You can play 4 hours for the next 4 days. In fact, why don't you take a week off and, like, distract them, basically. So lots of distraction. What is making, in my opinion, what do I like about Ryuka Gotoku Studio, Like a Dragon Studio? They actually take that to the next level. Their design inherently incorporates distractions from the single task. So you don't literally rest, you actively rest. I know how that sounds. In a puzzle game like this, the only form of active resting is to use the game itself for for metaphorical or virtual resting. However, you make a bigger game, you could make 2 or 3 core tasks and compartmentalize them so that they're actively resting from a different task. So, for example, mini games, right? If you're going at this mini game and then you get distracted to another mini game, the person becomes actively resting on the mini game they aren't interacting with. And it is not to an intuitive person to understand why that's healthy or how does that affect the way they think and improve and behave in the long run. They don't have to be perceptive in that. But to a designer, to a developer, that is untapped potential. Being able to cleverly switch up the cadence of the game for those who can appreciate it intellectually, right, with perception, and those who can't. But ultimately, it's a human condition. So it is common in both, and ultimately they will appreciate it whether they know it or not. So where is that come in? Well, there are live service games that effectively prey. I'm going to use the word prey, sort of, like take advantage. I'm going to say take advantage. I don't like exploit and prey. We'll say take advantage of FOMO, absolutely. But the even greater successful live service games are ones that also take into account idle periods, as in periods where, hey, you should just play other games for the time being. We'll take our time on curating the next thing. We're telling you guys, hey, here's a roadmap. You have 4 months. Go do something else. We'll be back in 4 months. It's okay. You're not going to miss anything. We're not going to pressure FOMO too hard for you to come back. And then when it gets introduced, the FOMO is kept to a minimum by saying, hey, you know what? You don't have to be here for the launch of the content. You can be here in any time in the next 4 months to complete this. So it's a bridge, it's a communication between the flexibility of being distracted and the mitigation of FOMO, but you're still taking advantage of that because the window has to be adjusted. It's like, hey, we'll give you 4 months. Or they could have chosen, we'll give you 1 week. You have to be here for 1 straight week. What you're doing is you're gauging the idea. And the ones that are incredibly successful struck the balance of, hey, all our commitments are incredibly flexible. But at the same time, you know when it's going to happen so that you can't, you aren't necessarily fear of missing out, right? And on top of that, when they understand how the human condition works with distractions and lifetimes and over time events, every other cycle, they bring back something that could have been missed. Yes, at first it's controversial, it's a consternation, like some people say like, but I was here the first time. Now you're telling me the exclusive rewards that was in this event is gonna be brought back 2 years later? Then what's the point of having it being exclusive? It's like, it's a time exclusive. You will be here and you will have something that is slightly different from the thing being brought back. It can be identical, but what's happening is it's very distraught and dissonant with the current hustle culture that preys on FOMO. However, if you normalize that, now you're investing forward, because in the future, what will the gamer be saying? That exclusive hard person, that person might not be playing the game anymore. That's fine. The ones that are still playing, the first thing they're gonna say is, hey, you should join me and play this game, because in 2 years, don't worry about it. The things that you missed, they'll come back, and then we can do it together. So it's synergistic. And I can think of a few. Ironically or coincidentally, it's also Blizzard Entertainment. So like, there are things that the bigger companies there are missteps and other, there are both proactive and non-proactive things. One thing is the rotation and the staggered rotation of exclusivity to offset FOMO, which is the idea I'm gonna say like 2 years. So when a limited event cycles in on a live service event, it usually cycles back annually or biannually. So what happens is new players will have the sense that they didn't miss out. So that lowers the barrier. Returning players will be miffed. Consistent players may be initially miffed. It's like, well, now I understand. I get this forward investment, right? So if I was here for the event initially, I've already taken 80 to 90% of the value of having it initially. But then that 10% or 20%, I'm willing to give it up, because when it comes back, those people who missed it can join me. It's diminished return. So that type of thought gives an essence of time appreciation for diminished return and investment forward, right? And that is one of the crux of live service models. I play, arguably or debatably, I play 2 games that isn't by Blizzard Entertainment. One is continuously investing for, or attempting to change their model to invest for. The other, just, I have a lot of criticisms. It's not sustainable. It's traditionalism. And traditionalism does not pave way for a contemporary audience. And I've voiced that quite a few times. And it's about Neverwinter Online and Cryptic Games, Cryptic Studios. The idea is, yes, if you want to preserve, their intent is for preservation, as in their old model and stuff. Well, the idea is is your community contemporary or old, right? So if you're thinking about preserving traditionalism, then you aren't investing forward. You are preserving. Naturally, preservation doesn't introduce innovation, nor does it increase inclusiveness. The gamer of today, if you want to grow your brand, the gamer of today is no longer the gamer of yesterday. So as you're introducing traditional designs, it has to meet the psychology and the sustainability, the standards and expectations that retain gamers of today. So there's an identity crisis here in design changes, and it's not which one's right or wrong to do so. If your intent is to grow, it's not preservation, it's inclusion. So inclusion tends to involve quality of life changes that demonstrates to the end user you are investing in them forward. So little tidbits like this makes me more and more confident that this developer is going to stay here for a long time, because whether they know it or not, their design language places the end user first. Like, what I mean is, yes, they're certainly portraying their product and content, but either by coincidence or by intention is very revealing what type of people they are by the design choices they make. They are investing forward. So why is this relevant? Well, you have to be a good judge of character. And a lot of people would, the short-sighted person would say, like, well, you can't judge people by their, looks or their superficial. Well, you can't be fully accurate with that, but you can practice understanding that, and statistically, in a long run, you are more likely to be accurate than inaccurate. Like, statistically, it will improve over time, much like how developers and publishers have to adapt to the dynamics of selling their game or communicating what their game means. So here lies what makes a great reviewer, or what makes an informative reviewer informative. Well, it's certainly not a person who has an op-ed projecting their own values. It makes for great entertainment, and the hustle bustle culture of viral videos synergizes with great entertainers in the most respectful way, with the utmost respect I can. That's where it ends. They are entertainers. They are investing in themselves forward. And the community will support that because it's reinforced by the current paradigm of the internet. I, for one, I can't empathize with that. I don't find merit in gaslighting, unintentionally gaslighting, and normalizing one's own opinion without the idea of collaborating between the bridges of people you talk to, not just people you influence. Because when you influence and lead, they're not offering you any retrospection on your actions and your influence. You're leading them. Personally, that's very sustainable, because if you have to talk to millions or can influence millions of people, that's very pragmatic. As a developer, I would prefer to understand that if I love making video games, I would also invest the time in showing images or showing intent and design qualities that would communicate both intuitively and intellectually that we also recognize that our end users, our audience, are humans, not necessarily to be exploited for money, which is made obvious by a lot of commentary, but also we put in designs that resonate with sentimentalism or resonate with health, and breaks is a great one. It's a great topic. I can't tell you how difficult it is and how dissatisfying it is nowadays for me to communicate to someone and say, hey, If you play this game 14 hours straight and try to get this no hit boss run, if you do this for 1 hour a day and just take the day off every 1 hour, you might actually reach the same place and you have 13 extra hours to do other things. You can prove me wrong, and I've already cited this. Arguably, it's a nocebo effect, but perhaps I will meet the outlier. But generally speaking, what that ends up is if you have now let's add in one last topic of population statistics. If the grand scheme of things, the average developer and the publisher and the average end user community also have this perspective, it just increases volume and productivity. So inherently, it's a win-win based on contemporary requirements. This doesn't mean what I'm suggesting won't lead to new problems or new oversights or trade-offs. I can think of a few trade-offs, right? Productivity might not be fast. So what I mean is, it may be productive and consistent, but perhaps technology and the internet, it's not practical. It's not fast enough to do so. Like say, if you're if you're fronting a mainstream paradigm of taking it slow and investing in human beings, well, it's impractical when you think about generative AI, capitalistic business models, private ventures, cost of living, inflation, resource management. There are a lot of counter arguments and refuting that can be a big trade-off that becomes a new problem. So it's not a win-win. It's a win-win only in the context of what is valued today, which is basically everything the hustle culture doesn't do. Mitigate FOMO, mitigate individual gaslighting. So like an influencer or someone who commands who unintentionally gaslights, not for malicious reasons, just sharing their opinion incredibly passionately and swaying people with their passion. For better or for worse. For being right or for being wrong. When it's right, everyone's happy. When it's wrong, it's passionately destroyed too, right? So all this like hustle culture, it blends into passion and zeros and ones. Everyone is extremely interacting and making clear-cut decisions because the internet is reinforcing that. What does a world in which my paradigm that I'm suggesting here is mainstream? Well, you won't get direct answers anymore. It's hard to get direct answers, and you're gonna constantly have to wait on things. You're constantly having to trust and place your faith in other human beings. Things don't happen very quickly, right? So all that framework can be inconvenience. It's largely inconvenient to wait and be patient and understand breaks and efficiency and treating other people like humans. It introduces inconveniences. Inconveniences that slow down the pace. So I'm making a counter argument to all the trade-offs of my suggested priorities. And thus lies the coexistence of what is mainstream now and what is indie now. Indie's pace is so entirely different from the pace of mainstream. And for me, personally, I gravitate towards indie because of that. And that's a great example for games like this, with little beats like this. You don't get beats like this. It can be in mainstream. It's just not the time yet. Like think about, I think the current mainstream population has become more and more receptive to this because the vast majority of people now are suffering from insecurity. The target audience. right? So even something as simple as letting someone pet a virtual digital animal in the hustle and bustle of a live service game becomes a highlight that almost, you, for better or for worse, erase the merits of every other design in the game. Like, for example, you finally beat the boss, and the first thing next thing happens is you get a scene where you just see the virtual character literally allow you to pet a dog. And that moment illustrates, like, I can think of a few examples of this happening, something similar. That sentimentalism returns in spades, like, is so responsive. It's electric when it comes to citing moments that stick out in a game. That is a great observational result that would indicate that the paradigm is shifting away from building games that are constantly pushing the robotic gamer forward, not the human being that needs time to breathe and pet a cute dog and look at scenery. The paradigm is shifting, though. And what I mean by that is, at some point, developers, even indie developers now, have to pay, attention, or maybe like their publisher needs to prioritize the trends of the increase in puzzles, the increase in storytelling. It's kind of a response to the oversaturation of action-oriented, hustle-bustle, high-paced stuff. It's less receptive now over time, and eventually that might be the new norm again. And what I mean again is, it's already happened. That's how video games started, actually. A lot of the earlier video games. Then maybe it'll transition back to an action-oriented thing, but it's something that you don't have to be a game developer to appreciate. Because if you're a teacher, or you have to explain something, or provide some communication advice, or have loved ones that struggle with things, their personalities, their problems and behaviorisms is normalized by the changing dynamics of human society. And the internet is a microcosm, and it actually moves quite dynamically and quickly relative to the noisier outside, right? The noisier offline world is far less predictable. So because of that noise, there's no really strong paradigm shifting, but the internet does. Like, relatively speaking. And in order to be a successful, in my opinion, a consistently successful developer, publisher, something that where the target audience is the microcosm of the internet, these things are incredibly important. And for someone who's the end user, right now I need to talk about the end user. For myself, I would say, as weirdly flexible as I can, like, I'll weirdly flex one thing. The things I focus on actually does make me a great judge of character. Do I use this to my advantage? No. Because generally speaking, a person who's a great judge of character also knows not to abuse it. And that's kind of my 2 cents. I don't know if I am a really good judge of character or not. I mean, obviously I don't associate with professionals. But what I like to believe is I have some semblance of judgment when it comes to design choices, creative freedom, observing behavior and associating them with the people that are making them. Because if you understand the person producing something or saying something, you don't really need to know technically what they're going to do, because you know the person. If you know the person, you probably know what they're going to do or how they're going to respond. It's not what literally or accurately they're going to produce, because that's up to their creativity, but you know their intent, and their intent will make you often incredibly consistent. So when you spend most of your time, like myself, I suppose, I think I spend at least 80 to 90% of my time thinking about the correlations between specific behaviors to the product they demonstrate and like to offer and sell to language, and not necessarily like different languages, but more on that later. The way they communicate. So these cues, yes, they are incredibly complex, and you will be inaccurate in the sense of knowing all the details, like the semantics. Ultimately, though, it will increase your frequency of understanding who to follow, who meets your requirements, who to trust. And I don't mean trust as in are they doing evil doing or stuff, just conflicts of interest, right? And for me, my overall gaming experience, at least the ones I voluntarily choose, have often been positive. And generally speaking, that isn't coming from hating something or excluding something. It's coming from what to look for. There's a difference between looking for something and excluding things so that they don't have avoiding undesirable things is different from looking for things you want. You need to understand what you don't want by doing what you don't want, right? And when you're looking for something you want, oftentimes people think they're doing that, but they're actually excluding all the things they don't want actively, which provides zero experience. That's also part of the hustle bustle. It actually converges on the hustle bustle. What's another thing that YouTube and developers and publishers don't really want to do? They want to avoid everything that people don't want. Not slowly introduce them or find an amicable way of introducing something new and normalizing it, easing it in. It's, hey guys, we know what you want, but we really want to do something new. How do we do that? Well, we're just going to do it. It's like, oh, you hate it? It's like, oh, I'm sorry. We forgot to tell you or show you that this is a new mechanic, and we're really proud of it. There's no way in the video game it's that. It's more, we did this change. We're the developers, right? We want it to change. It's not a working dialogue between the developers and the community. But at the same time, the community will respond in the same way the developer does. It's like, well, I don't want this in my game that you make. Just as how abruptly that change was introduced by the developers without the hindsight of interacting with the community. This is mainstream things. They just do it. And both, it's crazy. It's kind of more like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree situation. So you can actually imagine the mainstream developer and publisher as a parental figure who have privileged knowledge and the power to do whatever they desire at the cost of, their responsibilities and consequences. They are aware of that. Their conditioned parts are their progenitors, as in the end users, the people who consume. So the kids, whether you're 60 or 40, if you're consuming someone's product, you have an element of uncontrolled things. But what you can do is offer the same criticisms or like offer an opinion on it. Well, when a developer actively chooses to not communicate that there will be changes in the next game that breaks away from tradition, the developer would be willing to accept the consequences that their end user will reflect that. They will dislike the abrupt changes without notice, and they will give you it equally as unexpected response. If it works out, the response would be incredible, right? But unexpected. Incredible but unexpected. If it's terrible, it will be incredibly unexpectedly terrible. Because in both cases, the developer made an abrupt change, and so does the community. The community behaves the same way. Like, it's a reflection. It's like a feedback loop between the two. So if you have, so how do you find insight into what a game developer will do, or like their motivations and how they feel, like their judgment of character? Well, I can name a few games that I play where the developer and the community are like parents and kids, where they are constantly like amicable parents and kids, or even colleagues of each other, where you can see, yeah, it slows down innovation. It slows down like really abrupt changes, but what it does is it consistently becomes positive. Like, oh hey, I know what you guys are saying, here's what I think about it, and what do you guys think? It's like, okay, let's meet halfway, and then the game continues to move at a steady pace, but it's also sustainable, incredibly sustainable. I play a game like that, and I really respect the developers, the developer mainly, specifically, and then the community it fosters. It also makes it really hard to break in, but you know, we talked about that a bit. That's a good place to stop. It's a very humbling situation, and what I discussed here is not the current mainstream paradigm. It's the minor paradigm. So both exist, and they both are successfully working out right now. When they're not working out, well, you're not going to hear from them anymore, right? It's a little bit of a digression, but I love it. That's what this little coffee thing reminds me of. And to end it, that is why I take breaks. If the developer decided that it's a great idea to place a coffee stop in the middle of your game, I'll take a break too. It's a way to empathize with the developer. All right. Because of that digression, no, I can totally do 3 more, right? I'll do 3 more. Let's see.
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
We're doing this. Okay. All right. I have no idea where I'm going. Left? South? This was one island. I imagine we're going west. I have 3 trees. This is a small one. So I can make a raft. A raft going left. Maybe like up here. Something like that. One of these 2 slots here. Hmm. Hmm. uh. Oh. Nailed it. Is that a devil? Ooh. Okay. How do I get... How do I, Alright. It's another one down. Oh, you can't enter the mailbox from a raft. Alright. Get back here. Okay. Alright. We have a tall tree. I'm guessing tall tree here. It's probably not a raft. Right? I think we have to carry a piece of log from down here across. Maybe create a different bridge. Really starting to get used to some of the things, some of the tricks. Huh. Yeah, so that creates the extra bridge. Wait a minute. Huh. I don't like how that log is just sitting there. I might have made a mistake. We'll see. Is it really a raft? Oh, it is a raft. Nice. Cool. Neat. Alright. That one was unusually friendly. And now we're just gonna rewind. I think one of the nice things that would be kind of evil, the way they design it, would be you can't rewind like after you interacted with the buddies, so you have to find your way back by accepting, you know, make it order matters. But generally speaking, I just rewind to get back as opposed to seeing if there's any way to get back manually. Got time for that, yo. Okay. I think we're clearing out all the ice area. Okay. I see a circuit, right? Actually, two circuits. Oh, the ice thing is probably also... I don't know if this is the area where you create paths and roll logs over rocks. But I see a lot of rocks. And I see a path. So like things like this, right? Or you get on top of rocks. Alright. No, I don't think it's this island. It's definitely this one. This one is... Can I get to the other one? Yeah, I can. So it loops back around from the top. Is there a... There's a red... Oh, yeah, and then there are two... there's a teleporting spot, too. So there's also mailboxes. Okay. Sure. Oh, places me up there? What the heck? What? Why does it place me up there? Wait. What? Why would you place me up there? Uh-oh. Where am I going? Down here. So I wanna get the log down here. Oh, wait. It could be a raft point too. Like right here. Push off that rock. Probably. Or it could be a rafting point here. It has to involve this island. So I don't understand. Maybe I wanted to get over here. Actually, probably here. Wait a minute. Oh. I'm a doofus. I am a pep. And just use this. There we go. Okay. Oh, hold on. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. Not like this. Hold up. I can save this log. I don't know how to get back. Hmm. Okay. No, I don't think. Oh, that's how that worked. But the thing is, I need this. What? Then how do you... Okay, hold up. I need this bridge somehow. Wait. Okay, hold up. way back around. Right? Whoops. Oh. It's a south it's a south exit. It's not helpful. What is this nonsense? I don't understand. It's this raft. It's right here. I feel like there's gonna be a raft right here. Oh yeah, it zooms out when you're chilling. Also an incredibly clever thing to integrate. Okay. I don't see any way around this, right? So this is good. I don't see any way around this. Oh, was I being a pep? Oh, I could just reset. I'm a pep. I'm pretty sure I just pepped this. I think I think I was being a pep. Hello. No, it takes me up here. Never mind. Why does it take me up here? Can I do this? Oh no, I don't understand. Maybe this is the same. Maybe it's not important. Maybe I don't need this log. I'm pretty sure I need this log. Oops. Yeah, I need this log. What the heck? So I'm having trouble getting to this island. Yeah, so I'm having trouble getting to that island again. That is the raft spot. Just don't know how to get to it. Maybe I get rid of this. It was just that simple. Wait. Did I just pep? I think I just pepped. I don't want to talk about it. Wait. I just pepped. Never mind. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I pepped again. Oh my gosh. Order does matter here. Okay. Alright. Crisis averted. One, not like that. We got it, it's fine. Cheeseburger hat. Welcome to the Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. What else we got? I'm feeling pretty good. Let's do this one. So it's west, right? It's gotta be this. That pigeon on the smartphone. It has a blue bubble, right? It has a blue bubble, so it's clearly an iPhone. Deep cuts right there. Any software enthusiasts or tech enthusiasts will know exactly what I mean when I'm saying that is clearly an iPhone. Perhaps not, you know? Maybe it's a what'd you call it? A material U skin on top that makes the text bubble blue? Who knows? Whoops. Texting pigeon. Before the postal service was invented, humans used pigeons to deliver messages. Nostalgia scientists attempted to revive pigeon comms by teaching the pigeons to send texts. They soon discovered that touchscreen did not respond to feather or beak inputs. Who would have thought? That's kind of a multi-layer meta joke though, because like birds were a form of communication before the smartphone, right? Cue the carrier pigeons, but obviously that's an iPhone. Okay. And I mean, lots of indie games kind of use the layout of iPhones because of their prevalence in pop culture. Although granted, it's largely due to the homogeny of iPhone design. They all are similar, as opposed to Android platforms, which have multiple manufacturers. Alba, a wildlife adventure, also used the smartphone as a model, a template model. It's not identical, but just a template model. Okay, I feel like I need a bridge to another island, but this seems kind of gross. I mean, I can get to these islands. That's not a big deal, I suppose. The smash cars. So the smash cars, right? Here's a deep cut. Or maybe a speculation. I think the smash cars kind of look like Yaris's from Toyota. They just took the model of a Yaris, which is a very European thing, right? And then smashed it. The only reason I think it's kind of like a Yaris, which I don't know what they go by, but Toyota made these like economy fuel efficient cars from way back, and the only reason I say that is because of the headlights. The Yaris had this like little like kind of like a teardrop design on the headlights, and they're very similar to the Celica, the old Toyota Celica kind of design. It could also be like a Nissan Altima, or yeah, Nissan Altima or Maxima headlights from a bit back. But then there's that spoiler on it. That kind of throws it out a little bit, because the red car has a spoiler and it's kind of hard to tell if the white one has a spoiler or not. But anyways, the front design, the hood, the red car's hood kind of looks like it's a muscle car because it has like that ventilation on top. That's kind of interesting. Just a thought. It's very likely to be a Toyota that was the base model. It's not like literally that, but the car design reminds me of something from a couple years ago. Anyways, just a little bit. Okay, so let's go back to this island. This one. Can I form a bridge? I feel I can form a raft, right? Yeah. A raft that goes to that island. Or not. Never mind. Just kidding. Okay, I need to, hold up. Maybe... There's a... This definitely connects. I see where it's supposed to go. I think this is fine. No. Right. There we go. All right. So we can form a new bridge here, right? And liberate that tree, probably. Oh. Wait. Oh. What? Hmm. I'm trying to get I'm trying to get to this bridge. Like, how do I? Oh, I can push that and then roll it up to create a raft here somewhere, like one of these. Fake news. It involves other islands. Yeah, it totally involves this island. Absolute fake news, man. Hmm. Nope. Wait. Actually. Okay. The idea is to get a log onto the other side of the long log. I need to get the, oops. I need to get the log here. Okay. Oh, I see it. Maybe I don't. Wait. What? Oops. Hmm. I need that there because it's a way to shove the long log down. I see that. Oh. I didn't even need to rotate it. Yeah. I don't want to talk about it. I'm constantly making things more difficult than it needs to be. Actually. Right. Oh. Wait. Okay. So I need to get this guy. Okay. All right. There we go. Hug. All right. All right. One more. We'll do one more. Not that one. Not those. not those. Alright, we'll save that one. What was the theme of this one? It's definitely here. It's gotta be this part. Or maybe I'm missing an island. I doubt. Is it really this right here? One log. Oh. Oh, it's probably a separate island. Yeah, so I'm gonna probably roll one log down with this island. Maybe. Can't do anything about that. Hmm. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Uh. Oh, this is the sliding island. This is a sliding island. Wait. Yeah, not the slide. Oh. Okay. I thought it would just slide into place, but that's not. Never mind. It's the rolling weapon. That was not the interaction I was expecting. But that's fine. It was dumb luck. It's all good. I'll take dumb luck. So we remember the theme now. Okay. Oh, hey, that's it. Wow. That one was Gandalf. Nice to meet you, Gandalf. Actually, you know what? Gandalf didn't have a purple hat. It's closer to the Disney related things. That one was surprisingly okay. Like, that just felt like a normal thing. What the heck? Let's do another one. That one was like really okay. I can't process that one. What the heck? Oh, I see the raft point. Let's do this one. Oh no, there's a birch thing. Okay. It's time for the birch tree. Heckin' birch trees. Okay. I feel like it's definitely gonna start here. So we gotta transport the birch tree north. Right? Never mind. I really... Okay. Maybe it's not that. Let's look at this one for a sec. I don't see any other extra things at the moment. I reset this before, so I made an attempt on this previously, because I know how to get to that exhibit right there. We've already done. It's the hover couch. Freaking hover couch. Heckin' hover couch. Wait. Hold up. I can bridge this. Does this work? No, it doesn't. Ah, there we go. Birch tree acquired. Okay. I don't want to push it in. Can't interact. Back around. Yeah, we can reset now. Oh, that's confusing. Oh no.
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Oh no. What the heck? My head. Oh, hold up. I have to go to the other side. From here. I have to access the exhibit island. Wait. Wait a minute. What? No, this just exits north. That can't be right. What? Oh, can I, like, do this and reset? Um... Hmm. Can I just do this? Oh no, I can't. What if I do it this way? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no no. That doesn't... I was curious what happens if I did that. What if I did this? That's not how that works. Dang it. I'm close, but not close enough. Hmm. Okay. Oh, hey. Now it resets me over here. That doesn't really help. Does it? It really doesn't. Oh gosh, what's going on? I don't understand. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. What? What? So the birch tree gets reset when it forms a raft. Oh, snap. I didn't realize that's how that works. Okay. That solves the problem. Wow. That is really cool. Holy heck. That's crazy. We did it. Now we've got to be able to count this, right? Okay. We cleared this section too. We clear. Oh no, there's one there. Oh, I couldn't figure this one out. So, so there's one. There's two. I think I can do that one. Two. Oh, we are so close. Three, 4, 5, 6. Oh, this one's rough. 6. Seven, 8. We have less than 10. 9. Oh, okay, 10. We have 10 left. I think it's like 10. All right. That's some good progress. I still can't figure out the two of them. So there are two I actually tried for quite some time, and I don't know how it works yet. This one seems simple enough for this one, but I'm drawing a blank. So it's this one right here. No clue. Still. And then this guy over here. The one with the 4 islands. No idea. I might even have tried this one too, and no idea either. Alright. Not bad. We're getting there. Alright, well, that's a wrap for today. Yeah, that's a wrap for today. Alright, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. Got in a good, extraneous digression, you know? No one asked for digression. As always, thanks for hanging out, listening. If you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching. As always, feel free to comment, share, discuss. Trust me, I have a lot of things to say. There's got to be something. If you like commenting, I've got lots of tiny little digressions for everyone. Anyways, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that net positive lifestyle, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.